on their knowledge, attitude, confidence to teach students who have been diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. But within the context of this research, we're going to call it ASD to make it nice and easy. Now, April is the month of autism awareness. We see quite a few articles come out year after year talking about what is autism, characteristics and such. Then we have similar articles similar to what Mrs. Rita described, where families, autism, heavy toll on these families, the impact that it has on them. And oftentimes these families, the greatest impact they have is when it's time for the students to go to school. And then they have to pull that same child out of school because they find that the needs of their child is not being met within our educational system. So they take that child out, the mother has to quit her job. Oftentimes, it's more than one articles you'll see the Glean and the Observer. Year after year, she'll say, oh, I have to quit my job, I have to stay home. And now she has to be a caregiver and educator. Keep in mind, this mother is not a trained educator, but now she has to wear multiple hats to meet the needs of that one child. Now, our research questions will be looking at the current trend of ASD since 1995 of students between the ages of 3 to 16 years. We'll be looking at the teacher training program. Is it adequate in preparing our pre-service teachers to teach students with ASD? And we'll also be looking at their perspective of their preparedness, their readiness to be in the classroom to meet the needs of these students. Alright, so globally speaking, about 1% of the population, one sounds small enough, but 1% of the population, it's really speaking to 1 in every 100 children within our world, okay? Globally speaking. In the United States, we see the number gets smaller. So it moves from 1 in 100 to 1 in 36. So that number gets smaller, the prevalence gets higher, right? And then in Jamaica, we don't really keep up with collecting data. So the most I can say to you is approximately 600 persons are estimated to have ASD at a rate of, let's say, 40,000 persons per year in terms of the birth rate. About 600 children tend to be diagnosed that we know of. I need to talk that on. Now, most diagnoses, they happen before ages 4 years, but it can happen as early as 2 years as well. Men, I'm sorry to say, but it's more prevalent in the males than the females. I read one data, it says 252 girls, 84 boys. So out of the, when we look at it gender-wise, close attention. Maybe we do another research to find out why is this so. Is it that we diagnose males more than females? Is it that females are pretty good at expressive with their behavior, so it's easier to pick up? Now we have a few key terms we're going to be throwing at you. We talk about autism spectrum disorder, but I know not everyone has a special background. Now, autism spectrum disorder, verbal and the non-verbal communication challenges that our students will have with this type of exceptionality. And when we think about communication, it's really 90% non-verbal and 10% verbal. So it's a lot about what hasn't been said, but we rely on cues, gestures, and all of that to really read what someone is saying to you. A lot of times when we are sending texts on phones, sometimes we have a lot of misunderstanding because of the voice that we read the text within our heads. Now imagine if you have this challenge with interpreting the verbal and the non-verbal. Of course it's going to impact your social interactions. Of course it's going to impact the child's educational performance because guess what? The teacher has to communicate with the student and the student has to communicate with the teacher. If the teacher is saying A, B, and C, and the student has issues understanding the verbal and the non-verbal, it's going to be a challenge for them. We also have repetitive behavior, stereotype movements. We have all watched 1 or 2 of those famous movies from Big Bang Theory to Rain Man to all of those things where we have seen the stereotyped behaviors that are associated with ASD. We also have resistance to environmental change. They love routines. You can't change up things on them so suddenly. And then we have the unusual responses. So for example, a simple thing as a tag in the back of your clothes, it's nothing to you. I'm sure all of us right now, we still have the tags in the back of our clothes. For a child who has ASD, who is sensitive to textures, they'll have challenges just even being okay with the tag in the back of their clothes. It will distract them. It will become a major issue for them throughout the day, throughout the week. Any day you put the tag in the clothes and it don't feel right. So that is an issue for them. And you have issues with food textures, color, so many things, noise. Just think about any type of stimulus or sensory information that they can receive. It can greatly impact them. Now we have some other terms that we'll be throwing at you, such as readiness. The degree of preparedness to act or respond. In this case, the teacher to the needs of the student. Pre-service teacher, someone who is formally trained within our education sector, in our colleges to go into our education sector teach our students. And self-efficacy, which is our belief to, as a teacher, I say because we're all teachers here, mostly, our beliefs to complete a task. And you know, when you're a teacher and you come into the class and you look, and you know how much confidence the students then pick it up, you know, them smell blood and them come after you like sharp. So in that sense, you have to have a strong sense of self-efficacy, right? No, this problem is not a Jamaican problem. It also exists in other contexts, such as in the United States. We see where we think that the nice big United States will have this problem, don't it? But it turns out that 15% or less of teachers are trained at the college level in this area. And I'm talking about persons who are not specializing in special education. And less than 5% or less, have been trained in evidence-based practices, because we have teaching strategies and such, but we also have strategies that are known to work with or work for or work to meet the needs of students with ASD. In the UK, it's a little bit better. 1 in 4 teachers, they receive that necessary training. 8 in 10, after they leave the school, they receive in-service training to enable them to be better educators within the classroom. The awareness is good, but in terms of the teaching practice, applying these evidence-based strategies and practices, that's when they have a little shortfall in that area. Within Jamaica, yes, we have the Disabilities Act. Finally gets enacted in 2022 from 2014. It does cover the educational needs of meeting our students with exceptionality within the classroom, but you know, we short our resources and such that the way it's supposed to be enacted, it is not fully done as yet. One thing that we have done though is to ensure that every pre-service teacher receives the basic training in special education. They do the fundamental courses, right? So we're there, but we're not there yet. So we have inclusion going, but we're not fully inclusive as yet. Now, for the literature review, as it regards to us ensuring that our pre-service teachers are properly prepared, you know, the prevalence of autism globally, it's getting smaller and smaller in terms of the ratio, and the prevalence getting larger, higher. That means that we need to start training our students specifically to meet the needs of these students. It's not an if nor but nor maybe, it's a must. Because guess what? After they finish school, you know, they're coming out into society, they're going to be interacting with us, they're going to be living their everyday lives and all of that. And who is really normal nowadays? If we think about even COVID, don't we see a lot of the social emotional challenges that our students are facing? And one aspect of ASD speaks to the social interaction, that need that they have. So we really and truly, when we cater to our students with ASD, we would definitely be catering to other students and by extension their needs as well. Now, if we train our teachers, our pre-service teachers, then we'll be training them to deliver the appropriate support that our students need within their classroom. it would mean, the significant progress in the learning of those students in terms of increasing their potential. And we'll even have higher expectations, because sometimes, when we have a student who has the label of having an exceptionality, then our expectation for them is that he makes it to school. That's the expectation. We need to go beyond that and say, we need to have that same level of expectation for our quote-unquote normal students. We need to say, this student can go to Ireland, this student can do this student can be a rocket science. So we have the same expectation for them that we would for our quote-unquote normal students. Studies have shown that teachers who receive training have better knowledge about teaching techniques and strategies, and that's very much important. We know that you can always know what something is, but to apply it, the application of knowledge is very much important. Such teachers are better able to foster positive learning environment, and we know how this is very much important in all aspects of nurturing the learning environment for our students, making it something positive and meaningful for them. And then it also provides, early intervention, which is good. How many times have we heard of scenarios, even if it's not for a student with ASD, but we detect a student who has a challenge in the classroom and we put some intervention in place and we do it in a timely manner, and with that in place, it ensures that student's success in school. It's the same thing for a child with ASD. We need to put things in place to ensure that they succeed in school. Research has shown that teachers' efficacy can influence their attitude and expectations. As I said, if you're in the classroom as an instructor, you need to be confident, you need to be sure of yourself, you need to be ready and know that, yes, I can meet the needs of these students. Teachers who are more knowledgeable about ASD are better able to differentiate the instructions that they are giving their students. They are better able to know what the individual needs are of each student, because the term autism spectrum disorder, emphasis on the word spectrum, means that no two students are the same. It's a spectrum. Think of a rainbow and the different colors of the rainbow. It's the same thing with our students with ASD. One size does not fit all. We always say that in special education. I hope we say that in our general education setting. One size does not fit all. Now I'm going to hand over to my colleague. She'll be discussing the methodology of the research and the findings.
Thank you so much, guys. Dr. Folk, I said that you walked in after special education. I was very happy because it was in your office. We're talking about my nephew, and we're discussing the readiness of our teachers in a few years, and we said, why not do a research? And so the special education expert was brought on. Alright, so this was a mixed method study, and we employed the explanatory sequential, where we quantitatively started, and then we went qualitatively to further the findings. And so, what we started to do quantitatively was to analyze the trends with autism spectrum disorder, ASD. Then we did a comprehensive analysis of the TCJ program spread to account for the courses offered in special needs and exceptionalities across the year groups. We then qualitatively explored the views of the pre-service teachers on their preparedness of teaching students with ASD, and this we used questionnaires, some amount of interviewing. And the document analysis was in the form of the program spread provided from Joint Board of Teacher Education. Over 116 pre-service teachers attempted the questionnaire across 5 teachers' colleges. Well, I should say 4 were from TCJ, but there's another 9. Let's just, we're not supposed to name, but go ahead, you're not a part of TCJ. So, what are the findings? I'm sure if we were to ask here, what do you think the findings are? Do you think that our teachers are being prepared? Everybody going to jump and say, they are not prepared. Am I right? Am I right? It's me. I think there's some preparation. Alright, and as someone who becomes so personal too, I am nervous, and so I've been pushing my brother, my grade. Thank God it's not in England. And so I know Jamaica won't be the best place for my nephews like my son. Alright? And so I went in with some amount of bias, but I wanted to find out if I should say, come back home. And so the findings are here. Not enough data, first of all, is collected on students with various exceptionalities. Many calls were made. You know the name Professor Samson. And even when you look at the literature that she provides, even through her office, there's just not enough. For example, middle class, middle income, socioeconomic status, middle and higher, the diagnosis is more prevalent. However, in the inner cities and lower incomes, you know what they're called? They're not called autistic. Indoors. In what? Retarded. I cheap food boy. Alright? And so, as educators, we are people influence. Let us step up the game. We have to do something about this. And so, data specific to teaching students with ASD, such as prevalence, academic needs, challenges, opportunities, pedagogical practices, that data is lacking. Time. Alright, let's hurry. So, first of all, the persons of our respondents, as you can see, primary and secondary, both of them were from primary and secondary socialization. We have some amount of early childhood, and we're speaking about basic infant. So this is what the program spread looks like. Some of you may know, some don't, so let's look at it. So those who specialize in primary, especially language and social studies, math and science, they do introduction to exceptionalities in semester 1, year 1, and in semester 2, they do 2 courses, foundation of special education and special education methodology. Year 2, semester 1, these are now the math science, they do introduction to exceptionalities and they do special education methodology. Alright, and so this is the 2022 to 2023 core. Because what happened, those who are in TCJ will know that the primary specialization is lagging. Alright? And so in year 1, semester 1, foundation of special education, and in year 1, semester 2, they do introduction to exceptionalities and special education. Year 3 EC students, they run a course called Special Needs in EC. That's in semester 1. The secondary students, they do teaching students with special needs. The language and literacy specialists, they do 2 courses, Introduction to Exceptionalities and Foundation of Special Education. So that's what the program spread looks like. So one would say there's some amount of preparedness. Yes, they're doing courses. But let's hear what they have to say. Can we define ASD? Most of them felt that they could. And only 80% did not know what ASD meant or what autism can be defined as. We know what it is, we hear about it more and more, but to define autism, many of them were uncertain. Now they were asked, do you think there's a chance you have a student who is on the spectrum when you are in the classroom? And here we go. They figure more or less, yes, that's more than half of them. And so, insignificant, look at they know. So they know, based on what they're hearing and their cousins and friends and what their teachers saying about ASD, they figure more than like that. We have someone with autism to teach. Pre-service teachers confidence. So we are assuming that they know this is what they are saying. They are saying they are not adequately able to meet the appropriate, or they do not receive the appropriate educational accommodations and qualifications that will be needed to treat students with ASD. Very little to very much on that end. And if you can look, most of them believe that they are not able to apply these manipulations. And so they are saying, we need support, we need help. So, do you think you're able to meet the educational needs? Not very much, to a large extent, as you can see, look at the bars and that's the educational assessment of students' needs. And so this is what we got. For knowledge, they were between basic and moderate. And so, this is the trend that we've seen. They are not comfortable. They believe they need more. I hope there's a curriculum person in this room with.
We need to create more opportunities for pre-service teachers to influence their self-efficacy, to make them feel confident, not just in the knowledge that they have attained, but in applying that knowledge in a meaningful way, supported by evidence-based strategies and approaches that they know will effectively make a difference in their classroom. Have a standalone course that focuses specifically on ASD. And I know we do, because when I was doing my special training, I did do a course that specifically was geared towards meeting the needs of students with ASD. So I just would love to see that happen at the bachelor level, to see that our students, they have access to that same knowledge and training. And here are the references, and here endeth my sermon to you. Do you have any questions or answers?
Hallelujah.
Put your hands together for our presenters. Excellent presentation. Any questions?
Okay. Mine is not a question, mine is a recommendation. Because I know sometimes with Jamaica Teaching Council, I'm sure they're looking for topics. So based on what we have been here today, we could include special needs. We're mindful that the spread, as we mentioned, is relatively new. So you have students and teachers, those who are in the field already would need that support on that level of awareness, so they too could probably see if they're planning for the teachers, what sessions they're having that could be included as special needs component, so the teachers will have awareness.
Thank you so much. Another question over here?
Good morning. I have two questions.
Somebody hearing her?
Yes. Right. So the first question, you said that the ASD students, their needs are wide. In my classroom, if I have students with ASD, are you recommending separate classes, or that they be taught with the general ed students? That's the first one. And secondly, if they're being taught in the general ed classroom, how do I set up my classroom so that I cater to these variety of needs of my students?
Right. Good question. And this is a question that is always thrown at me, even by my students that I teach the fundamental courses to. They're like, Miss, should we just take them out of the general education classroom and let them be in an environment that caters specifically to their needs? But if we look at the concept of inclusion means to include, right? And to really apply the concept of inclusion and make it be obvious, make it be applicable, see it in our classrooms, they should not be taken out of the general education classroom. They should be placed within the general education classroom, and the support that they need comes to them. Now, in an ideal society, we will be speaking about an education system that has the resources to support that, right? I've been in the classroom, I know the resources are lacking. We need that extra support to really fully facilitate them and to really implement inclusion to its full extent. And as I even said earlier to you, as it regards to inclusion, especially here in Jamaica, we're getting there, but we're not really getting there as yet. So we still probably at the train station. We're not board the train yet and gone off as yet. As it regards, I'm just going to address our second question. As it regards to the second question, how do you accommodate? Because that's the word, we need to use the right word. So how do we accommodate these students? We accommodate them by using evidence-based strategies. For example, a colleague of mine, she had presented on differentiated instructions yesterday. And I've even said it in my presentation, differentiated instructional approach. That's a very effective evidence-based strategy that can work. Yes, it's going to take time, it's going to take planning, it's going to take a little sweat and blood out of us, but we can make it happen. We need smaller class sizes, that is true as well. In order to facilitate the needs of those students, we need smaller class sizes, because even in a special setting, we do not have large class size. We have a smaller ratio of student to teacher. So accommodations are needed, and there are evidence-based strategies. As I said, differentiated instruction is one of them that is proven to work. Direct instruction is another one. And so I could go on and give you a long list, but we're presenting on this alone. Fourth, and then we're going to sphere.
So, not necessarily a question, just a comment. I do understand the concept of in-service and pre-service teachers and their sense of self-efficacy. I think sometimes we don't remember that they grow up and that many of the teachers at teachers' colleges have ASD. And so, I'm talking as somebody who was diagnosed with ADHD and I know the autism spectrum. It's an unforgiving space. I left my job in the Ministry of Education because it did not cater for me as a professional with autism. What I was expected to do, to sit for 6, 7, 8 hours in those long, boring meetings, I could not do with ADHD and autism. The way they try to process information, how the notes needed to be taken, the way they try to mind works was not accommodated at the Ministry of Education, and I would never, ever, ever go back. It is an indictment on adults. We grow up. We grow up. And some of us want to be teachers. But our teachers' colleges are not ready for us either. So when we go into the classrooms and we want to be on the ground, and we want to take off our shoes, and we want to dress up differently, and we want to do certain things, we have to wait until we're principals and we can be who we are, because it's not accommodated. So I would love to see us get away from pussyfooting around the issue of paying lip service to special needs and to truly get to the place where when we can accommodate the teachers who are autistic and have these disorders, when we can acknowledge that if you are 1 in 10 at basic school, you must be 1 in 10 college, because we're smart, we just learn different. And there's no respect for that. So I'm very pleased to see the research. What I'm curious on is, have we ever really looked into how we teach teachers with autism? How we teach teachers with ADHD? How we guide them through the system? Because the truth is, that heart that is needed to truly differentiate in the classroom, that passion comes from a teacher who understands when a child is pinching their legs so that the pain keeps them so distracted that they sit still. My daughter has no skin on her fingers. She bites the skin on her fingers because the pain keeps her still, because she wants to make her teacher happy. So her teacher gets upset. She stands in class. That is her accommodation for herself, to manage herself at 10 years old, to keep her teacher happy. So many of these children with special needs are doing all kinds of things to themselves to keep their teachers happy by masking their diagnosis with behaviors that we call good behavior. So she got an award for behaving. For being the best behaving student in her class. And we had to take her to the doctor for therapy because she was biting the skin on the fingers all the way to the second number. And in the evenings, the skin on the toes, which is the behaving student in her class. So we have to really take it beyond what we're seeing.
And you know, this biting of the finger, it wouldn't be obvious in the class. It's a subtle thing to the point that the teacher gives her a word for the behavior. And as I said, girls seem to be really good at masking these things more than boys. Boys will be more obvious with their traits, with their stereotypical behaviors and so.
I mean, it's little things like she walks on the tip of her toes, so we change her shoes 3 times because she had the heel is fine, but the ball of the shoe is worn out. She never walks with her heel touching the floor. But they say she has excellent posture. She walks upright like a dancer, but she walks on the tips of her toes. Her heel never touches the ground. So these are some of the reasons that commendations again. When I went to Teachers College, there were not that many courses. So in the midst of everything, we got yourself. Because the truth is, if you have a good relationship with your teachers, when they graduate, they're calling you again as a miss. You know this happened in my class. And I'd like to take this time to just thank all the lecturers who still try to maintain that relationship with their students. So that even when they get their jobs, they can call them back again. Because some of the things for we don't know, we can't help them. But I'm happy that those relationships exist and that you're still used for assistance.
So you really take some perspective on it too. I mean, it's out of the books and it's more practical. I really do appreciate it.
Alright, Thank you so much. And the comment previous would dovetail into what I wanted to suggest as a recommendation. And I believe in some spheres it's already been done, where we expose our student teachers in the degree programs, not the special needs program necessarily, but the other degree programs to special needs in a real way. Because sometimes they come to college and they do the courses, but they don't get the experience of what it looks like in a real life setting. And that's why I appreciated the feedback previous so much. Because many of us, when we heard, we said, oh, because we do not necessarily understand the realities. But perhaps if many of our student teachers understand the realities in a more real way, they will be able to deal with, to accommodate, and to love these children in the way that they deserve.
Thank you so very much. There is a gentleman here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My comment was, or is in relation to inclusion. My thing is that inclusion is not always the best way, because, for example, as Mrs. Jordan said, inclusion is not the best thing for her child in a class of 40 or 30 or 35, when her needs would have been specific. So, as a school principal, I can say, my thing at my school, I would want a separate space for students like this, because I have almost 10 autistic children in my school. So I would prefer to say a majority of them be in the kindergarten section, but I would prefer them in a space where their needs are being met realistically, because at the end of the day, a child with autism is in a class with 25 students, where 24 are not autistic, not on the spectrum. More than likely, the teacher is going to ignore his or her needs. Majority rules. Right? So many times exclusion based on the situation, because the spectrum is so wide. So based on the situation of that autistic child, it should be best to exclude and address this.
May I comment out? I moved my daughter from a private school where I was paying way too much money, and put her in public school. And that is where she thrived. Her social skills got better, and then her learning got better. In the private school, they were so focused on her passing PET that she couldn't learn. As my son hid his books in the closet and refused to have the teacher mark it during COVID because the other children were learning faster online, and he knew he was going to fail PET. He began to pick up in here to the point where it got sore. We moved him from grade 5, put him in grade 7, and they now call him calculator as his pet name in school. Sometimes these classes that cater to the neurotypical children have no respect for neurodivergence because it's all about the score. Now when I ask my daughter about PEP, she says, Mommy, every single day you tell the children that it doesn't matter which high school they go to, they will do well. And I don't care where I go from PEP, they have to find somewhere to put me. Because her teacher in the primary school tells her, it does not matter which high school you go to, you will do well. In her prep school, they were telling her, you have to reach your castle or St. Hilda's or Westwood. And so she learned at St. Anne's Bay Primary in a class with double the size, and she couldn't learn in a prep school. But she got an award in the prep school for behavior. She came first in grade 4 for academics at St. Andrew Primary. Primary school teachers are phenomenal. They're miracle workers. They're amazing. So we have to understand that the truth of the matter is sometimes that neurodivergent student in the mix of the classroom learns through a different pathway for that child, and it's not all academic.
I'm a strong advocate for inclusion, and I know that you said the teacher. In an ideal special education setting, it's not the teacher. It's the teacher with another teacher in the classroom. They co-teach. So you have a general education teacher and a special education teacher, someone who is trained in that area to meet the needs of those students within the general classroom.
I'm so sorry, we only have time for the 2 more. So you wanted a response?
Because the spectrum is so wide.
Yeah.
I am sure ASD students, they need certain sensory cues. And so many in the special education setting, there are, they call it sensory rules.
Yeah.
And so you might not be able to do that in a general classroom setting. To pat the wall because the child is bouncing on the wall and have that space in a general classroom to say they're gonna pat all the walls, they're gonna have soft balls for them to play with. So hence
Okay, so resources.
so I'm not against it.
Yes.
I'm just saying based on where the child might be on the spectrum, improves or
Case by case basis.
Okay, for me, it's not a question, it's a burning commendation. I noticed that subtitles were used, which was fitting for this type of presentation, as we know that's a way of accommodating students with special needs. So I'm commending the use of the subtitles in the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Final comment. I love this class, you know. Special.
Just one comment. I know I heard you say that boys are more likely to be diagnosed, but what I'm thinking is that the girls are displaying the ASD characteristics. However, based on our gender stereotypical expectations of boys versus girls, we expect them to be quiet, and therefore, when they're quiet and not rowdy as we expect the boys to be, we say, oh, they're perfectly fine. But when we notice the boys are not rowdy and active, we get a little bit more concerned quicker than we would for the boys. And that's why what I perceive is happening, why the boys would be much more quicker to be diagnosed in comparison to the girls.
One thing I wanted to say. I've been interacting with a number of teachers in the system. I noticed I've been in conversations with them that most of them they have no training whatsoever in basic identification of it. And so when they're having conversations with parents who are unaware of it, they don't know the talking points or they don't know how to explain to them who they have reached that conclusion that their child is displaying. So I think we will include a basic sensitization course for all educators, general education, not just special education, so just we can at least identify the symptoms and point them in the direction.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity.
And based on the presentation, we are saying that there are courses in the teachers' colleges, special needs foundations where they are exposed. But as you said, though, the identification may not be there. Yes.
Good morning again, everyone. All right, so my question comes from the recommendations. And I am particularly interested in teachers and their self-efficacy. So, yes, they are equipped with the knowledge. There are courses, whether secondary, primary, early child programs, they are doing the courses. One of the recommendations said we need to equip pretty much our teachers on how to really be confident in delivering this. And my tough question to us is what can we do? And that's something that's affecting almost everything that we do. So they have the beliefs, they have the knowledge, but when they need to put it into practice, this is the issue. And I'm saying, what can we do as teacher educators on that?
You know, I think the spectrum because I'm looking at I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
As it regards to teacher efficacy, it doesn't happen overnight. That's the first thing we need to know about that. It doesn't even happen within the 4 years. That's the other thing we need to know about that. It comes from ongoing professional development, ongoing professional training.
something similar to what we're doing even now, because even for us, this is a form of professional development, and we need to always have that. We need to have those meaningful workshops. I will not even start on that. But we need to have those meaningful workshops that really engage us and engage our pre-service teachers. Even yesterday for the keynote speaker, he had mentioned that when they hit Temple University, there is a follow-up in terms of training and development for pre-service teachers. When they get out there, they are getting additional training from the institution that they graduate from. So I think we need to work on that. I think we need to continue and say, oh, you don't just graduate and that is it. So for efficacy, it's not an overnight thing. It takes time, and with time they will develop, but it has to be meaningful in terms of how we work on that with them. We can't just say you're going to figure it out.
Project Amor.
I just get the little word. I want me to look it
No,
up.
we're not going to lose the word. Seriously, just one quick question. I know we're focusing on this.
Project Amor.
Yes.
It's in Project Amor.
How do we help students who are neurotypical to cater or to include the ones that are neurodivergent? Because you're in the classroom and you're seemingly normal and you really want to care, but sometimes they just laugh at them, they ridicule them. How do teachers cater for this?
I was listening this time.
Before.
I think first and foremost, the teachers we have to expose ourselves to the knowledge. And as we alluded to, most of us, whether when we're in training or, it's just basic skills that are being learned. And so if we don't know what to pass on. And so the 10-year-old, the 15-year-old, they won't know how to do any better to the student who's getting it. And so one of the first things is really about increasing knowledge so that we can pass it on for them to apply it. And so my nephew, I go back to him, he's in a classroom with typical learners, and you find that the teacher has to constantly say to them, remember O'Shea is X, remember he is different, remember he's special, and they start saying no. Let's say somebody is taking away his lunch, another one will say, remember not to take O'Shea lunch, he's special. And so you find that, and we don't feel, we're not offended by the word special. He understands that's a good thing for him too. So we embrace the word special in our family. And so I'm saying this to say, start with knowledge. So the teachers pass it on to the little ones, and they too are now passing it on to him. So it's really about knowledge.
And just before, yes, we're wrapping, right? Okay. And my comment, I just want to ask us as teacher educators. I know we looked at the spread, and my question is, if special needs course that is done for secondary students, I wonder if it is properly placed. Because the fourth years, they go on TV, and when they return that final semester, that is when they need special needs. I don't know if it is done in all colleges the same way. My question is, so we need to change it, because the students are actually asking when they return, this is why we never did this before we go out. It really would help us. So I think we need to check that. And also to look at it. Because the students are really asking. I think it should come earlier. Because if you notice, for the primary and the second and the third child students, it's actually coming earlier for them, and they have more than the secondary students, But thank you so much. Put your hands together for yourselves and for the presenters, all right? Very good presentation. I can't take it for free. Take a picture. We're not getting a picture. Come back. Yes. Hold on. You're going to come back. Right, say cheese. Cheese. Okay. All right, please come back with me before the video.
Yes, because I hear a form of action.
Oh boy, you're messing up the photo.
Oh, sorry. Yes. All right, thank you so very much. All right.
Awesome job.
your moderator comes, please remember to complete the evaluation form electronically. A sheet with a QR code is being passed around. If you have a QR reader on your phone, you can access it. If you have a smart camera, you can use a camera feature on the phone to access the QR code. Remember, it's also posted on the door. It's very important for us to get the evaluations. Thank you. No force.
Another thing, when you are finished, when you have submitted, you can just leave that tab open on your phone so the next presentation you can submit another response.
Instead of scanning again. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. So as we segue into the next session, which is titled Explore Students' Experiences with the Use of Music in English Language Lessons, a case study in grade 9 classroom. And our presenter is Mr. Horace Mason from the St. Joseph Teachers College. Just a little bit more about Mr. Mason. And probably if I'm suffering, I don't have on my glasses. I keep on practicing that. So, pardon me. Mr. Horace Mason is an avid musician and an education practitioner trained in music education. His journey as an educator started in 2009, and since then he has continued to nurture many students across all levels of education through the performing arts. Mr. Mason holds a bachelor's degree in music education from the Edmund Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, a certificate in jazz and popular music studies, an NCTV Level 4 certification in online teaching instructions, and a master's degree in curriculum and instruction from the University of the West Indies, UWI. Although Mr. Mason has accomplished several feats in the educational field, he has also applied his wealth of experience to the business of music with the production of his own company, Follow the Beat Music, which offer musical workshops for all music-oriented groups and entertainment consultation. So, without further ado, I will now hand over to our esteemed presenter, Mr. Mason.
Thank you so much. Usually in this capacity when I go on stage is always to perform, to sing. So I'm going to be performing now in a different way. And I want to start off, because I'm a musician, I want to start off with something very simple. Poisonous red snake, keep eating on the ground. Repeat after me.
Poisonous red snake, keep eating on the ground.
Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground.
Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground.
Yes, there are adults. Would you remember this when you leave the room today? So we try a different thing. Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground. Quickly on the ground. Quickly on the ground. Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground. All through the town. Repeat after me now.
Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground. Quickly on the ground. Quickly on the ground.
Poisonous red snake, eat quickly on the ground.
All through the town.
So, my presentation is looking at student experiences with the use of music in English language lesson. I'm not a language teacher, but I would have had some semblance of interaction with many language teachers over the years, and I would have observed many classes, right? I would have observed many classes in relation to using an active music education secondary system at the time, I would have observed the following. Upon entry level to high school, most students who are coming from the primary settings, they don't have been driven towards exposed to music based on my observation. And the second point looks at moving faster. The second point looks at their increased negative perception in relation to subject teaching. And subject teaching is referring to language teaching in relation to the use of music when teaching English language. And the third one looked at music integration was extremely limited, right? And so the teachers putting it in that practical discipline was solid as quote unquote a filler subject. And we have had many conversations over the years with certain teachers for language in relation to how can music be used as a means of enhancing teaching the subject. Why are we having so many failures? Why are students failing? Can we try different methods to see how best we can arrive at the real concept of students learning language, English language in a better way? Can we do that? Alright, so music was formed to have facilitated learning in other subjects. What am I talking about? Math, language, sciences, all of the subject here. Music was formed out to be a subject that helps to enhance teaching concepts and skills in those particular areas, right? Research found that musical experience could strengthen individual capacity to become verbally competent. However, its benefits were not being capitalized on by teachers of that particular discipline. So, the statement of the problem is supported here. I'm going to focus on the concern too, which is due to their own perception of music. Teachers have their integration of music education, their perspective discipline, and in terms of discipline, discipline. What I have observed, again, going back a bit to the background of the study, what I observed against that, because the perception is that it's music, and because most of these teachers don't have been exposed to music, they are afraid based on our observation of using singing to get at teaching and learning, right? So, the rationale as supported here. The purpose of the study sought to expose students' experience with the use of music in English lessons and their perspective on using music as actually teaching concepts and skills. So, the significance of the study, the main significance here is purported that teachers who use music as a means of helping to enhance their core subject, in this case it is language. We're trying to now almost redefine the whole notion of integration held by a subject teacher and how this whole idea of music can help to strengthen what they're doing in the classroom on a day-to-day basis. Stakeholders also stood to benefit most from the research. Students who are considered to be the participants of the study, and the secondary schools across Jamaican education system. And the third one looks at to increase awareness of the benefits of music and its ability to transcend all discipline, and again, specifically looking at English language. Alright, so here are my research questions. Question 1. How do students perceive using music as a tool to aid in their English language lessons at grade 9? The second question is purported. What are the students' experiences and or perceptions of the role of music in their school life at grade 9? How do students in grade 9 perceive their level of competence, interest in English language? I want to read that one more time. How do students in grade 9 perceive their levels of competence, interest in English language lessons? So there are some key terms identified here, and you will hear them coming out in the research as we progress. Discipline, perception, perspective, and music integration. So here are some literature that supports the whole argument of using music to strengthen teaching English language. And literature will look at three main categories: students' general attitudes towards learning English language, music integration and language linguistic development, school life, and personal and social development. And I'm not going to be going through everything verbatim. I'm going to just touch on a few of the literature purported here. The first one looked at the whole idea of explore the nature of students' attitude towards learning English language, and found that students' attitude towards discipline can impact their performance in formal assessment. When presenting the data, you will see more in relation to this. Move on. It is also believed that an achievement in English language lesson was significantly correlated with student attitude, motivation, and satisfaction with the curriculum, and shared attitudes towards English language learning, such as boredom was a big factor, were considered to be significantly influenced by students' performance. And boredom now is talking about the whole idea of we have to use different methods to get to the point that we want to get at. So I always tell my students, if you're getting to Mandeville, you can walk to Mandeville, you can ride a bicycle to Mandeville, you can drive to Mandeville, you can run to Mandeville. If you get tired of force, you can run to Mandeville, or you can fly to Mandeville. That's different methods to get to your learning outcome. So we have to flip the classroom at all times. The kind is the same chalk and talk. That's 1920s, right? We have to flip the whole idea of how we disseminate teaching concepts and skills, especially in this new dispensation. So you go. Work it. Right? School life and personal and social development. Around 2014 purports that music is used by nearly every person on the planet. Is that true?
Yes.
Right? So when we are downtown, we are sad, we use music. When we are anxious, we use music. When you are cleaning, there are several things that we use music for, right? So that's pretty much what Adam is proposing here. And much of what was said earlier supports my whole argument that music can indeed help to strengthen teaching English language. It can help to teach another subject, of course, but I'm focusing specifically on English language, right? Alright, move along, sir. So I would have chosen to utilize a qualitative research orientation for this study, which involves an interpretive, naturalistic approach to the research topic. Primarily, the focus was pretty much a case study research design, right? Too quick, sir. You move it too fast. Specifically, case study design, which provides me with a comparative investigation in accordance with the research topic. Now you can move. Theoretical framework. Along. So supporting the whole idea of what I believed in as a researcher, strengthening my whole concept of the idea of music integration in English language lesson. Gardner asserted that regardless of which subject you teach, the arts, the sciences, history, math, you should present learning materials in multiple ways. So again, the one size fits all model can't work. We have to try multiple ways in order to get across our concepts and skills, so on and so forth. Jones also highlighted that students better enjoy and willingly engage in class activities when they believe they have some control over certain aspect of their activity. So your lesson at all times should be student-centered and not teacher-centered. Oh, I am the one with the bachelor's degree and the master's, so I'm going to tell you how it's supposed to be done. No, right? Always ensure that your classes are student-centered overall. So you get something. Alright, so the sampling technique that was used, it's a little bit blurry, so I wasn't seeing it clearly from this side. The sampling technique that was used is convenience sampling. At the time, we were doing the COVID, the pandemic. This was much easier at the time to disseminate based on accessibility to the students at the participant at a particular time. Criteria for selecting the participants. They have expressed little to no interest in English language classes. They were performing at an average or below average. So they would have been selected for the study based on those criteria. That's a brief description of the participants. That's a brief description of the participants. They were all 15-year-olds. They also had similar interests, and they were all from the same high school in Kingston. So the data was collected using 4 primary instruments. Observation log, which answers research question number 3. Research journal, question number 3. Interview research question number 1, 2, and 3. And the document review was used to track students' progress. And it answers also research question number 3. So I opted to utilize a quantitative, of course, descriptive note-taking, observational notes and interview transcript. To assist with the guiding of the analytical process, I also use a framework analysis, which I want to just touch on a little bit for you. So the framework pretty much sets up the whole idea of analyzing your data descriptively, because it's qualitative, of course. So the first step was pretty much to organize the data that was collected, become familiar with the data, identification of the framework based on the relationship between similar, reoccurrence, and themes, and you'll hear a lot about the themes later, right? Sorting data into the framework, which is mapping and triangulation. Descriptive analysis based on the framework, writing, transcribing, and coding the data collected. And the second order analysis, going over the data to ensure that all checks and balances were employed. And here we are in the meat of the matter, the presentation of the findings. To present the richest form of data for this particular study, the approach used was creating or presenting the voice of the students using vignettes. Right? The participants were, the different themes rather, were selected in 3 major categories: attitudes towards English language lesson, increased interest, and students' performance. So that's attitude towards English language lesson, increased students' interest, and their overall performance. So here are the voices of the students coming out now, based on the first observation that was done. So Logan's behavior in the first session was noted as very lackluster and disengaged, even when he was reprimanded by the subject teacher for refusing to answer her questions. His demeanor remained unchanged and he appeared not to care. I would say that all the time. When I see that he's not interested in the class, regardless of whatever it is that you want to do, it will not change the attitude until they start to teach the way that particular child learns. Joining also behavior was not as blatant as the other participants. She remained at her device for the full duration of the session. and answered every question directed to her by the teacher, by frequently made faces, roll eyes, whenever she was called on to answer questions. Shakura openly slept for the first session, and she was visible on camera. She didn't care really. She was on camera sleeping because again, she was bored. Alright? So I would have asserted that, so based on all of that observation, answering question number 3, of course, the above mentioned finding led to assert that the participants were disinterested in English language lesson. Though participants expressed higher level of disinterest, in the subject area, the assertion was supported by the behavior that was exhibited by the observation done. So the data, in terms of increased interest, the data collected from the focus group discussion. And I want to point out here that before this session was done, I would have been in communication with the language teacher at the time, and we would have discussed how to go about using music in that particular class. So I would have observed the class using music as the teaching aid. So without teaching music, no, we're using music as a teaching aid to strengthen the concepts and skills. So after music was used, I would have done another observation, another discussion, focus group discussion, and based on the findings from this discussion, Anna would have responded to say, "Sir, as of late, English class get fun. Now, like the way teacher teaching us now is way different from when we just started learning online. The lesson them have music in it, and it's just nice. And even though we then home, sir, me excited to go class because the teacher and the class fun again. Alright? Very interesting, right? Sakura also said, "Sir, remember when I said in English language class, felt like I cannot be, sorry, you remember when I said my English language class felt like a concert before online learning concert? I kind of feel like it is that way again. Like it is not boring as it previously was. But here the interesting part now. Manuel, agree to say, sir, classes are way more fun now. And just like Anna, I enjoy going to class now because it's not boring like one time. But I disagree with who? Because you don't know what kind of concert she attends. But it's her own perception. So I have 10 minutes. I'll get in here. Alright? So based on the findings reported under those two themes, considering the whole idea of music integration, considering the whole idea of using music to integrate in teaching English language, I would have asserted that the whole idea of music would have helped to support somewhat teaching concepts in English language lessons. And now we move on to students' performance. I want to spend some time just discussing this, students' performance. So, the group was split in two, right? Group A, Group B, to kind of get some semblance of comparative data to see if the whole idea of music really was working. And what I would have found out is that there were a 6-week test that was done, right? And Group A were exposed to music integration following their initial tests, whereas Group B was served as the control group. So here we are, test 1. The initial data highlighted that the participants in Group A and B were all performing at an average level in the subject area. Primarily, Anna and Sakura both had a C+ average and Manuel had a C average. All 3 participants from Group B also had C+ average. Test 2, the data highlighted that improvements in the performance of Group A participants, Anna and Sakura, grades increased to a B, right? Anna's grade B was seemingly higher, however, Manuel's grade remained unchanged in comparison to some of the participants of Group A. So pretty much they experience decline in their grades. Alexia, initial C+, decreases to a D. Logan's initial C+ average also decreases to a C. However, similar to Manuel, Jordan's average remain unchanged from our C+. So we are seeing some shift in terms of the data and the support of music and what was happening. We are purporting that it is always going to be that way, but we are saying some semblance of change would have been identified here. Based on the discussion of the findings, based on the findings presented here, the document review board test paper made the assertion that the integration of music in English language lesson can improve students' performance in the subject area, which serves as a positive formal response to the overarching topic of the research. And now I move on to my recommendations and conclusions. So there are some implications, right, to students who can now benefit from music integration lessons, to our subject teachers who can use the findings in this research to encourage the use of music integration in their planning, to curriculum developers who can use the data from this research to reconceptualize the curricula across the varying disciplines. So here are some recommendations that I would have done, right? The use of longer time frame to conduct the research. Use a larger participant size when conducting future research. Host workshops to sensitize English language teachers on the benefits of music integration in their English language lessons. And the concluding recommendation is to review, it's a touchy one, to review teachers' lesson plans to ensure that they are suitable for virtual classroom. I want to also purport that I believe strongly with recommendation number 2, because I believe once recommendation number 3 rather, once workshops are held to sensitize teachers about the benefits of music, it's no longer about, okay, music is difficult, so here what I'm going to shy away from it. So I'm going to only use same in terms of introducing my lesson. So we come up and we use a song, and we say that we integrate music. That's not integration. That's quote unquote stimulating or getting the students somewhat excited. But when you integrate, is embedding the concept, using music as the driver to garner your learning outcome. Alright? So the knowledge and experience I obtained from this research had allowed me the opportunity to adequately inform my current students, aspiring primary education and early childhood teachers of the benefits of music integration in the various disciplines they teach. I can now impart practical approaches to musically integrated activities and inform them of the ways they can use music integration to address differentiated learning within their classrooms. And the final one is, from conducting this research, I became privy to the perspectives of students at the secondary level of education, and this has influenced me to become more receptive as a tertiary level educator. I thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, you can now pose them to me so I can try my best to respond.
Do you have any questions?
Sir, I absolutely love your presentation, and I don't have a question. I just want to add something to what you were saying. I have studied that topic before, and I would like to tell you, I'm very glad to tell you that the range of your investigation is wider than what you have already exposed. Since I've proved the use of music to foreign language teaching, so you might see this from a different perspective. So it's not only effective for English language teaching, but also, and it's very important,
for foreign language teaching. So I believe that your investigation is very important. I've been using myself because students are able to learn faster, so it's better and way faster to repeat after the teacher a song because of the rhythm, intonation, than from a dialogue. So they will learn words faster and in context. And every time they listen to music again, they will recall all the words in an appropriate context. So yes, they will actually use them in a different context. So your investigation is very good. I'm impressed. And I also like to tell you that if you decide, you might say that it is also good and very effective for foreign language teaching.
Good afternoon or good morning, everybody. This afternoon, okay, good time. Mr. Mason, I don't have a I need a mic. I really don't have a question for you because I know that music is really integral in helping you to teach content areas. First, it's just to say though that having listened to your presentation, it has just added a new dimension to a presentation that we have to do for Education Week. And so I want to let you know that I will ensure that I will include music as an aspect of
You can talk some.
Anyone else?
Mr. Mason, good job. It's interesting.
Thank you, Madam Principal.
It's interesting that you did the research during the COVID period. Could you just briefly describe one of the sessions that you would have done practically? How did you employ the music of the teacher to integrate it into the lesson to bring the children's interest forward?
Very good question. So, in my current context right now, students are part of the curriculum is that students have to do some semblance of integration. And they've always been, and my colleague here, Mr. Clark, will support me on this. They've always been struggling in relation to how to use music. Again, the narrative that was put out there that because music is difficult and I'm not a musician, how am I going to use music and how can music be used? So, like the activity I did earlier at the beginning of the class, that was teaching adjectives. So instead of just going to the class and say, poisonous red snake eats quickly on the ground. How many adjectives do we have in this sentence? And it's just regular schmegular. We use it in the context of music to solidify or to quote unquote lend some semblance of retention. So we put it in the form of a song. So that's a simple and a natural way of using music practically, embedded in a particular teaching a particular content.
Share an experience too. I'm agreeing with you perfectly about increasing participation because one of my students on TV, I think we just use it for the introductory activity, which I don't know the difference, but she was teaching cause and effect for comprehension, and she used the song, me hungry, me got no money, you know that song by, what's his name? Our Jamaican artist. You know this song? Me used to be hungry. Me not no money. Something with
Me used to hungry.
Oh, yeah.
Never used to have money. Me used to go
And the students were dancing and she was able to say, well, I was hungry. And they were able to say, because they didn't have any money and so I am totally agreeing. I wanted to really host a workshop though, so you can teach us how to integrate introductory activity. And I find that when they are doing their work and you play a slight music, and it's the classroom management issues. Yes. One, two.
Thank you very much. I agree with you too, and well done. Using music to teach social studies in the past, one of the issues we had was students wanting to refer to the songs that are we consider degrading. And automatically, for example, if they're doing a cartel kind of thing, I didn't get a good grasp in having them convert those lyrics using social studies content without the other students not saying those derogatory terms. How do I manage in such a job? Yes, music is beautiful, but we also know that it can get out of control.
It reminds me of the song by the well-known Jamaican artist Dubby Magnum.
Yes.
Ball out, everybody know that song. And there was a gospel artist who chosen who did a song replicating the rhythmic the progression of the particular song. So every time the contention was persons were saying that, every time I hear the song, I'm not hearing the Christian version. I'm hearing Dubby Magnum's version, which is saying, ball out. So there really is no quick fix, to be honest, because the original melody or tune would have been embedded in the minds of these students. So it's a matter of just reminding your students that, look, try as best as possible not to, It's difficult. There's not a quick fix, to be honest. Right.
All right, Mr. Mason, well done. My concern is that I like to dance and sing, but I'm a non-singer, so I don't think it would be as effective as it is because you're a singer.
No.
So
you can use rhythm.
Not even that I'm good. Not even that.
And to respond to you, Mrs. McKechnie, you don't have to be a singer,
No, but you have to have something to sing. You have to have something. And you can't just cry like me. And I tell you, you can the lyrics. I know, the students, but it's not as going to be.
So you embed the concept. So for example, the melody that was used earlier, you embed the concept that you want to disseminate. And they will know what is you.
I would imagine you cannot sing. Maybe you can do it without chords.
Right.
Because I've always said to my students, because some students can't sing and they don't want to use a song as their introduction.
Right.
So I said, if you can't sing, go straight and read it.
And it works just the same.
It works
Just the same.
Some music in it. Maybe it is not singing, music is in it.
Time wouldn't have allowed to explore all the different ways as to how it can work, but there are several. So a workshop would facilitate some of it. Workshop.
Just one more. So I wanted to add that I heard that she wasn't a singer, but it's completely fine. I'm actually doing that research in music to teach foreign languages, French, punctuation. What we can do, you can have the lyrics, what you want them to get are them creating lyrics and using the music of the rhythm of the popular songs that could actually work. Yes. And it works actually, because I've done it in my year 3 teaching practice and it works.
Alright, I said one more, but I forgot that Mr. Clark had indicated her. So just Mr. Clark.
Good afternoon, everyone. Just to add, a lot of time and to support my learning colleague. But a lot of times I think we look at music integration as foreign to everything else. And I was going to mention the fact of, for example, social studies, and then you said social studies. Let's use Linstead Market for an example. We can use that as an introductory activity, but also as part of content. Because what is Squatty? We are teaching money. Where is Linstead Market? That is some geography. But a lot of times you say, music is my ability to sing or not to sing. It's not about you. Do the students know the song? And how do I now sing the song or have them lead me in singing the song and extracting from the song the content that needs to be taught? And we find a lot of time, especially on practicum, we start with these songs and all the content is there and they're gone past it.
All right, thank you very, very much. I think we've run out of time. Mr. Mason, I want to thank you very much. I'm a teacher of English language, so this means so much to me. Yes. I live with Yeah, but of English language for now. And you know, I like when you said we must have multiple ways of representing the concept. That it's really about broadening our repertoire of effective tools. And so thank you very much. It was a well done presentation, and we have a little certificate of participation for you.
I want to take it instead of the
Hold on, yes.
Good to go. Look here, sir.
All right, so thank you again, and we have a little token for you, and we are holding you through the workshop. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for this.
Okay, alright, good job.
Alright, thanks again everyone. Thanks for participating in the session.
Yes, miss.
Please remember to complete the evaluation forms. We have hard copies for those persons who are having a little challenge with scanning the QR code. We are accommodating you, right? And it's 12, almost 12:30, and so almost lunchtime.
Yes.
Please remember, perhaps upon your way to the lunchroom, you could just have a look at the writer's hub. All right? Enjoy the rest of the day. Room 4.
Room 4, bro.
Room 4. Whether before lunch, after lunch. Thank you. Registration for those persons who haven't. Anybody hasn't signed?
What I can do.
I'm from my liberation. I'm back at
It's very good.
¿Cuántos $50 en Jamaica?
It's one. Yes.
So if you came before, you were in the presentation before? Yeah. You didn't get any? What? Okay, no. After the you didn't get any? You didn't come to the register. I just did this one, but no, it's one. Right. And you were talking about two different evaluations. Wow.
Me gusta, pero
This is working things. It's in the working hold on. What's hold up the time?
Scan the QR code. Scan it for the words and phrases. They like it. It's involved beyond what we are. Sometimes we
experiments. We turn off the audio.
Main thing is that just like how we have the little banner of security risk. You can bring WhatsApp on this. Email. Because I think this
oh, you respond. We just respond. Then maybe we should have the yeah, tell you. Just tell it. Take a long way now. What?
Friday.
How you make it go up and down? See this one here. Oh, clean man.
This 4K.
4K?
Yeah.
What's it?
OBS spots. Tiny bar. OBS tiny bar.
OBS Billy?
No, we don't know So it has this thing where you can gesture to it and follow you.
Oh.
You can make it stop.
This have it in the I think it's something that tracking it. So whenever you move like to the side of the screen, the camera follow you automatically without you having to move it. Oh yeah. Something that tracking it. But
and if you read up on
technology is so doing. Yeah. Come on, no? Maybe the experiment put text. Oh, text by
I think this is conversation is easier. Yeah, I think so. Drop the ball actually. Yeah, go make your marquee. Hey, room 3. Okay. Congrats.
That's much.
Singer. Need the autograph. First time I streamed me was Wirecuts. I was working with this streaming company. Jeez. And then compete against always, huh? Wirecuts stream? No. So that's the thing. I want to buy it this time. Yes. What? This is the name. Approach. Trust me from there. I need to make my own company and stuff like that. You know, I'm going to ask you, how will start Zoom? Zoom are running? I mean, well, if I tell you, I mean the thing there, so that the person's in Zoom room. So which one is that? Which mic is? Ah.
So this.
Oh, that when I use.
Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfo's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other sponsors include the National Commercial Bank, Jamaica Teachers Association, Joint Board of Teacher Education, Grace Kennedy, Educom Cooperative Credit Union, Book Zone Limited, and Mayfow's Work and Travel. Our titled sponsor is the Tip Friendly Society. Other
the impact of this conference. Then we are asking that you tag TIP and TCJ. The person with the most likes will win a 10-inch tablet courtesy of e-learning, and this will be announced tomorrow. All right?
Where will you post it?
So on your page, how it goes is that if you tag on Instagram, if you tag TCJ, because we control that, we will see, it will come up on our feed. So we will be able to monitor your response. All right? So if you have 800 likes by tomorrow afternoon, then you're the person with the most likes. I'm just saying 800. All right, so follow TCJ. So you want the handle?
What's the comment?
Smile Jamaica tomorrow morning.
All right, so if you don't have a social media handle, then this computer is not for you. or you can go ahead and go on Snapchat or on Instagram. All right, thank you, Tony. Then please, let's make. What's the handle? Okay, so it's teachers, colleges.
And I should follow you, right?
Yes, follow teachers, colleges. Let me tell you exactly.
Okay. Accent, same time.
Right, so it's teachers' colleges. Are you seeing it? No, just teachers' colleges. The last thing you'll see is a video advertising this conference. All right? So please tag us, follow us, and tag us. Thank you. So looking forward to giving away that tablet. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me welcome you to this afternoon session. We have two interesting presentations coming up between now and the end of the session for today. We are going to be looking at sustainable educational leadership. And interestingly, both of our presenters are going to be looking at succession planning. Right? Our first presenter will be Mrs. Leonis Douglas, and she is from the G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sports. And sports. Mrs. Leonis Douglas is currently a principal lecturer at G.C. Foster College of Physical Education and Sport, with responsibility as the head of the Language, General Education, and Professional Studies faculty. She also lectures as adjunct faculty at several institutions. She was the college's Human Resource Director for 12 years, where she managed the overall provision of all human resource services, as well as the development and implementation of policies and programs for the entire college. Mrs. Douglas holds an MBA from Florida International University, a BSc in Human Resources Management, and she graduated summa cum laude, from the University of the Commonwealth Caribbean, and she has a diploma in secondary education, and she got honors from the Money College. She also holds a diploma in ministry from the Manitoba Theological Seminary in Canada, as well as a diploma in management studies from the Jamaica Institute of Management. Put your hands together and welcome her as she presents.
So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, today I'll be presenting on, I'm not sure it's a topical issue, and maybe because it isn't, we need to start to hear about it, okay? So I'll be just doing a systematic review of succession planning in higher education. And the question is, practicing what we teach. So that's what we are to look at throughout and to think about, are we practicing what we're teaching. So, as posited by J. Johnson, Ford, and Street, 2019, planning for succession is a long-term process for creating replacements for the most important jobs to guarantee ongoing leadership in an organization. If a company has built a systematic and successful succession planning process, the likelihood of short-term and long-term leadership continuity can be definitely boosted. Comes Joyce and Steve. Next. So, go back. Planning is a critical process of maintaining institutional continuity and leadership stability in higher education institutions. Succession of key leadership positions involves identifying undeveloped talented individuals who are capable of assuming leadership roles within the organization. Planning itself has now become increasingly important due to the aging workforce and the need to develop and retain talented individuals in highly competitive job markets. We all know that the workforce is aging and we have millennials out. And even though we know that they are sharp and very good at what they're doing, we need to also train them. Right? So that's important. Practicing what you teach. So practice what you preach is often a phrase used to emphasize the importance of maintaining one's integrity through performing as one advises others. So they generally tell you, if you're going to be talking to somebody about something, then you yourself ought to be also practicing or be a model of whatever it is you are saying to someone. But now, practice what you teach can be used to emphasize the differences between educators and practitioners. So oftentimes we know that there's quite a number of colleges that teaches the HR, management, etc. And we teach them about succession planning as a part of the program. But when we look at the fact that we teach them and let them know that they are supposed to go out and to apply the skills in the workplace where they go, are the institutions themselves that are teaching, practicing succession planning. It is the practice of educators to instill in students the understanding that a succession plan is necessary in business practices. However, within the confines of higher education, succession plans are rare. This brings into question if institutions are aware of the immoral implication that it establishes by teaching a concept, but for itself is unwilling to implement. And this was postulated by Wayne. So this 2022, so this is lately said. So the success of a college rests on its capacity to draw in and retain talented faculty, staff, and students. In the context of higher education, this refers to the institution's ability to serve its mission with an adequate level of funding, infrastructure, technology, and programs, thus ensuring there are enough capable leaders in place to meet the organization's demands currently and in the future is the aim of this plan. And we're ahead.
Slide.
So the purpose of this study is to synthesize the corpus of literature relating to succession planning practices in the higher education sector in North America, and we know that the Caribbean is also included, but I wanted to give you just a little separation, and how this can inform the practices of succession planning in TCJ institutions in Jamaica. Could we have a volunteer, please, to help with this slide? I see that you're very busy, sir. And I quite understand. So let's look at the statement of the problem. Succession planning is crucial for higher education institutions to ensure the continuity of leadership and management in an ever-evolving landscape of academia. There is a lack of consensus on the best practices and strategies for effective succession planning in higher education. The lack of a future leader is the approaching leadership problem that higher education institutions are currently experiencing, and they must have proper succession planning to assure their organizational leadership continuity in the future. We now look at the 4 research questions that have emanated from this research. Why is succession planning a critical tool in successful higher educational institutions. That's question number 1. What are the best practices in succession planning suggested by the literature? What are the potential obstacles to implementation of succession planning in tertiary institutions? And finally, how can this review inform the practices of succession planning in TCJ institutions in Jamaica? The significance of the study. This review should provide insights into the current state of succession planning in higher education, identify best practices, and highlight areas for further research. It is also to inform higher education leaders and policymakers on how to develop effective and sustainable succession plans that support their long-term success of their institutions. So the method. What was the methodology? A systematic review design was used for this study. According to Dempster, 2003, systematic review designs provide a thorough review of the literature, but it differs a bit from traditional literature review in that it is carried out methodically, or we would say systematically and objectively, in accordance with an established protocol, with the intention of synthesizing the retrieved information through meta-analysis. And what this is really saying is that we're going to take all the information that you find, put them together, compare, and see what is coming out as the key part of it. So to conduct this systematic review, electronic database, research database, including Google Scholar, PubMed, Academic Research Premier, Emerald, Science Direct, Sage, Wiley, and a lot were used to do this study. Multiple search strings were written. They were checked on the online database to locate the relevant literature. And out of that, we retrieved 367 studies from 2010 to 2022 using the online databases. The parameter for research papers were those published between 2010 and 22, as was said. A combination of terms were used, such as succession planning, sorry about the session, higher education, leadership development, talent management, organizational change in order to get information. The reference list of identified articles were also searched to identify additional relevant studies. The studies that focused on succession planning in higher education institutions in North America, which includes the Caribbean, were finally selected, while studies that focused solely on like individual level succession planning, such as like family business and so, those were excluded from this study. A manual coding process was developed in an Excel file to sort the studies, and this was to ensure the level of reliability that you would want. So I had columns of number, the title, the publisher, the author, the year, the methodology, and the country. So in total, 30 relevant studies were selected related to the study topic. And so these include like the peer-reviewed studies from North America and the Caribbean, and you have also doctoral and master's degree dissertation from like the same area. So if you look at the funneling, you can see the funneling where retrieved from the databases we had 150 studies. Then we did the repetition check, which was 138, selected the relevance check, 80, selected for quality check, 50, and then we selected for the systematic review, a total of 30. So this was how we arrived. So from this pie chart, you will see that 32% represented qualitative studies, and you can see 15% for quantitative. But what is important is for us to look at systematic literature review. That was just 4% of literature. So let's look at what we found. For research question number 1, why is succession planning a critical tool in successful higher educational institution? Why is it a critical tool? 1, the studies reveal that it ensures continuity of the operations of the institution and that it helps to maintain institutional memory. It enables the institution to identify and develop potential succession, which is beneficial for long-term sustainability of the institution. Next one was that we found that succession planning helps to ensure that the institution is prepared for unexpected change in leadership. So you can have a person resigning, you can have somebody who just gets sick, or God forbid, we have death. It would really be helpful for that. And it also helps to retain valuable staff by providing career growth opportunities and creating a sense of loyalty to the institution. The succession planning. Those are the what we receive from. It also says that it is a useful tool for the organization to develop in-house human capital to meet future organizational needs. So oftentimes we have employees who we see having potential, but we do not have a plan that will be able to retain them, because when you find good talent, you want to keep it within the organization. Business sectors pay more attention to succession planning, and so it's evident that if higher education uses it, they may obtain similar kinds of benefits and outcome from this leadership crisis that is basically looming. The key difference is based on the development process for succession planning, considering the type of operations by the business entity and higher education. So we're looking at research question number 2. What are the best practices in succession planning suggested by the literature? So we will look at what the literature says. It says the establishment of a formal succession planning process that includes identifying critical roles and potential successors, developing the skills of the individuals that you see who are talented, and providing regular feedback. Also, a well-defined and transparent selection process. And if you notice, the word transparent has been underlined because we find that sometimes we just see persons and this happens and it can cause a kind of disparity or anything within an organization where persons are saying, but I didn't know about it. I would have been interested in being a part of the training or so on. So, go back. That it is based on merit and inclusiveness. So the literature also tells us that the outgoing leader in the succession planning process must ensure a smooth transition and the transfer of knowledge, as long as we all know that they are leaving, etc. So it's not some illness and they're off, or etc. Regular reviews and updates to the succession plans to ensure that they remain relevant and effective is also important. Let's look at the question 3. It now says, with everything that is good, there can be obstacles. So they are asking at this time, what are the potential obstacles to implementation of succession planning in tertiary institutions? And for me, the literature, in reviewing, we find that models for succession planning were not connected or integrated with strategic or comprehensive plans when it was documented. And that's Luna and Riccio. The lack of a clear institutional vision or strategic plan may make it difficult to align succession planning with the institution's objectives. Next potential obstacle is that leaders' preparation involve multiple stakeholders to impose their decision and to take advantage of trust-based relationships. So you find that the lack of a formal succession planning process may result in ad hoc and inconsistent actions, according to Hazard. Resistance from current leadership or staff who feel threatened by the process may hinder the implementation of succession planning. The lack of buy-in from key stakeholders such as board members, faculty, and staff may result in a lack of commitment to the process. Potential obstacles still. Full-time professor positions are frequently used as a stepping stone to a future leadership role. Those aspiring to leadership roles, on the other hand, report that there are no clearly apparent career advancement steps that exist. Leadership in higher education is tribal, and this is one of the findings from it. It says that one of the obstacles, and it can be personal in nature. In this regard, decisions for succession are often monitored and controlled by selection committees and boards outside of the department. There's also faculty's lack of interest to take the initiative for administrative positions and similar positions. We know we hear them sometimes. I don't want it. I'm going over too much stress, and so you find that they themselves are not interested in moving forward. Although females enter the labor market, it lacked professional engagement in leadership and management positions. That was one of them that was said. So females, are we withdrawing from these positions of I don't think so. And I don't think it's for all the organizations. We still have women who prefer to right? So that is up to 2020 where that was also seen as one of the obstacles. Looking at research question number 4, how can this review inform the practices of succession planning in TCJ institutions in Jamaica? How can it inform the practices? Higher education institutions are still in the phase of practicing the traditional approach for the career development of academicians. Thus, recent trends should be changed according to Austin 2010. The business market requires businesses providing a comprehensive understanding of the best practices and potential obstacles. So they need to be in the know. What are the best practices out here, and what are the obstacles that are preventing the succession planning? The review highlights the importance of establishing a formal succession planning process that is aligned with the institution's strategic goals and objectives, involving key stakeholders and regularly reviewing and updating the plan. So as with anything else, you don't create it or implement it and then that's it. You have to constantly review the plan that you have in front of you. Because let's just say we know that the only thing that is constant is what? Change. So you have to keep reviewing. The need to strengthen the organization's leadership pipeline has become evident. Institutions should therefore look for a strategic approach to do succession planning. And we will see that it's important that there is alignment to your strategic objectives and your goals when you're doing succession planning. The review also provides insight into the potential obstacles to implementation, and it also provides insight in how to overcome that. Now, how to inform, how the review can inform TCJ practices. Institutions should ensure that there is a well-defined and transparent selection process. We said that is based on merit, transparency, and inclusiveness. The institution should involve the outgoing leader in the succession planning process to ensure a smooth transition and a transfer of knowledge. And the institution should regularly review and update their succession plans to ensure that they remain relevant and effective. The institutions can now use this review to develop or to enhance their own succession planning processes, because we're not saying it don't exist. So whatever you have, review it and enhance it, and ensure a smooth transition of leadership in order to maintain institutional continuity and long-term sustainability. So you're looking at the future. So there are some common themes that came out of the literature. Stuck in traditional mode. Higher education institutions still follow traditional approaches. All authors agree that this practice must be changed. The need for formal succession planning guided by best practice. This is what they're saying, coming out from the literature. That formal succession planning process that is aligned with the institution strategic goals. And so it highlights the importance of providing a comprehensive understanding of best practices and potential obstacles to ensure success. So these are some of the common themes. We're just seeing that you have a lot of them saying they're stuck in traditional approach. But the need is there for that kind of formal succession planning. The lack of integration with strategic or comprehensive plans. So missing the element of strategic planning, lack of alignment with the country or institutional goals. There should also, we're coming out of it, involvement of multiple stakeholders. Alienation of stakeholders highlights the importance of clannish practices, where you have just committees, there you have a clique and, you know. So there are some literature gaps that I also drew from the review. We're seeing that throughout the systematic review on succession planning in higher education, I identified the lack of discussion and empirical work on females' career development. Right? That's a subject that should be pursued further. There's a lack of empirical work on succession planning and gender equality within the higher education context. All right? And thirdly, there's scarcity of published literature on the topic in the Caribbean, especially in Jamaica and TCJ. So it's very, very small work that is being done. So all the researchers, we need more research on this succession planning within. And that's the apex of the organization, if you see what I mean, where continuity is important and that the right person at the right time within the right areas. Those are important. Yes, in the right area. So, I have some recommendations in addition to the literature's recommendation. So, from the literature, further investigation is required to evaluate the current practices of academic institutions in terms of talent management, career development, and growth for their employees. There's a 7-point STAR model that was postulated in the literature. And I have picked out that one and it's put in it because it covers so many of the areas that our HR manager would be dealing with as it pertains to the development and the movement of staff within the organization. And so I picked at this one because it's a 7-point model and it carries the areas that I know HR would be looking at. So job positions involved in succession planning. We have to remember that it's not just academic. Both the academic and the administration staff should have the opportunity to be involved in the succession planning program. We want to allow for highly qualified persons to be, because you want to retain the best, right? Next, so that's the first point. The second one is the performance appraisal management or performance management. In order to be in the candidate pool, the research is saying that the staff must reach high achievement in his or her annual evaluation. Right? When you do that appraisal, and must not be in any legal dispute in the college. Right? Senior working experience is needed. Right? Training in related key positions. Sometimes personally, individuals do their own development. However, it may not be skewed directly to the top, position. Sometimes it's for our own and probably for just specialized skills that we are continuing to develop in. Those who are in language, mathematics, and so on. But even though you are a specialist in that, there is the aspiration that you could become the next principal. So training in related key position. Provide training to those who are involved in the succession planning program in order to create a transformation in higher education. By organizing training programs in leadership, learning, teaching, research, and innovation for numerous top senior positions, middle management officers, and academicians of the higher education institutions. Assessment of individual potential. Sometimes within the organization, you see some persons who are you just see raw skills, decision-making skills. Some persons who are very innovative, and at the level of leadership, innovation, creativity, those kind of skills are so necessary. So utilizing personality tests, and you remember the test that you can categorize candidates into categories such as the dove, the owl, the peacock, and the eagle. That is recommended as a useful test to determine the potential of a candidate to become a leader. Internal candidate. This is another one of the points, right? We're doing 7 points. Internal candidate. See, based on each institution's policy, the priority to fill in the key vacant position may be given to internal or existing staff because of the decision-making position that requires working experience. If you have the talent within, why on earth would we want to go outside? If you see deficiencies in the person and you see that they have the key skills that are needed, but yes, everybody lacks something. Train and develop and give that individual a chance to rise to the top positions within the organization.
I don't like him more.
The possibility to find an outside candidate to fill a vacant strategy. Remember now, the organization operates on strategy. And if there's an organization without a strategic plan, it's in trouble. Because if you fail to plan, you plan to fail. Right? So for the strategic position, it's very rare. So usually, again, it is within. The faculty member will always nominate their members to fill in the vacant key position. Guess what? Sometimes, but guess what? Remember now when it's a training, it's not just to move them. Key positions are there, recommendations from all over. Remember, you're going to be in an arena where yourself, you, and you're all 3 key employees who looks good for the next principal position. HR, the search and review of whatever she's doing or he's doing within the office. We'll see 3 key persons. Now, what will happen there is that these 3 staff will become aware that they are being seen as potential candidates. And so the healthy competition can exist. So you can have a candidate A being one that you would see at the highest level, a candidate B and a candidate C. However, within that time, candidate C may just become what? Candidate A. So it is open and how you perform. For external candidates, we are saying they will only recruit outside candidates when there is a post with a special job specification or a type of skill set that is so badly needed and cannot be found within the organization. Recommendations where an improvement for succession planning. Continuous improvement is needed for succession planning. And that, as we are saying, it's not one that is just done and it is in cement, so you seal it. No, it should be reviewed continuously. Next.
Next slide.
So, during the research, we have looked at, when I was doing the research and with the literature that I have, I realized that we can have possible areas for future research. 1, identify senior management perspective on how to strategize succession planning in higher education. And the objective is to evaluate the current system for talent management in higher education and understand the situation to design a succession planning framework for academic institutions. Factors support as well as impede from higher education management personnel to practice succession planning in an academic setting. And really this is about to explore the factors that restrict higher educational institutions to design strategies for succession planning in higher education, to develop a framework and action plan to deal with it. Thirdly, implication of social exchange theory to address the leadership crisis in higher education. Objective, to know females' perspective about succession planning and leadership role in higher education and do a comparison with the male. Next. Conclusion. So overall, the systematic review of the literature on succession planning in higher education suggests that this is an important issue for institutions to address. Succession planning can help to identify and develop key personnel, address skills gaps, and ensure continuity in the face of unexpected events. There are several challenges associated with succession planning, including resistance to change and, of course, limited resources. To overcome these challenges, institutions may need to adopt effective strategies such as identifying and develop talent, creating a culture of leadership development, engaging in succession planning at all levels, and leveraging technology. Next. The findings suggest that additional rigorous studies employing other research methodologies may be pertinent in addressing succession planning in higher education in Jamaica and the Caribbean region. The review has implications for all levels of faculty, staff, and students in higher education and specifically in Jamaica. Thank you.
Okay, I know we have questions because based on the comments and the whispering that I heard, I know that there are persons who want to shoot some questions at our presenter. But before we take the questions, I just want you to put your hands together again. And I think since I have the mic, I'll ask the first question. How do you prevent the biases of leaders of the institution from influencing how the succession planning is done? That's one. And two, how do we ensure that young, talented persons who are new to the institution also have a fair chance to be part of the succession planning?
If you notice from the slide that underscore the word of transparency, and I think that should be a great guide for the leadership. And if you have the criteria there, which would be designed and presented by another transparent HR leader, you find that you would not have the opportunity to have personal biases come in because a document is there. And if you notice again, what was the other thing that I had underlined, the other words? A formal succession planning and evaluation. When you have that, a formal instrument, you can't go wrong. You do not give the space for bias. No, for the young people, I believe that as we spoke about the aging, management, leaders ought to see it just natural to embrace the millennials, the Gen Zs. What do we call Omega. We heard about the new one. Generation Omega, yes. Because, yes, so you have the Omega, trust me, we have to embrace them because we are actually moving. So we want to ensure that we set the stage for the young to come in. And as we said, they're just different people. I mean, they're born with the technology in their bellies with them. So while they are being born, they have the technology working and they're using the tools and the foot and technique. So they are very bright. So we need to engage them.
All right, so take our first question from Doc.
Just to follow up on that, see, the notion of seniority. Because of your seniority, you're usually given the option. So, how do you see that align with what you're saying? Because there's a policy, but the policy is going to be administered by staff, senior staff. And they normally look like senior. It's an important here.
And rightfully so, seniority is important because you do have that experience. However, it should not be the only criteria to take you through. There are many others that you can look at, right? And so you need to add, even though years of service is important, let's not kill that. It is important because that is why we are to continue to train the younger ones. They are coming in and we have the skills. Train them. Allow them to also compete equally. Right?
Okay. Next. Then followed by her. Then followed by her.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. There is a manual, tertiary manual out now, and in it explains promotion. And I think that's a very transparent process if it is followed. It also states that if it's a case where persons are interviewed and the scores are equal, it says preference should be given to the person who is senior. So it's there. I think it's there in the manual. I saw it from myself. So I'm thinking, understanding that as a young person, if I'm entering, I would not feel disadvantaged because that's a policy and it's fair in my view. So for me, it's just about whether or not, though, the entire process in terms of following through, the panel makeup, the scoring, and all. So the ethics behind it, for me, is the issue.
And you're absolutely right. Yeah. Because we know that no matter how you try to be very objective, there is subjectivity. I can hear, I've been in a lot of interviews, and I hear the spirit checker. Yes. Yes. And for another said, just not like that one, yeah. And it come in, look at him out. Not necessarily my space, right? But I'm just saying that persons can judge just based on the feelings. And while it should not be entertained, and as much as possible, follow a piece of paper that sets up with you. So that you can't, there's no space for subjectivity when you are scoring. And that is what takes the cake when you do not. Because you can have your own subjective, but nothing is there saying who for spirit take who and who. Yeah, so you can't use it, right?
Next question.
All right, who's going?
No, she's first. You're next.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good research. All right. Thank you. All right. And it's the only one I've been in so far that I didn't feel like sleeping.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if it's because it's a topic that I really like and I see where it's going and all of that. But I'm trying to figure out how to say this now. But I know the board plays a very, very important role in all of this. Did you come across anything? Did you?
Yes, we spoke about the fact that in one of the slides I had indicated that the boards, they also it should be set out that in the boards they should be objective. It should be something objective across the board. And so it should not be left with a board just dealing with the issue. But I do understand from where you come because of how the Ministry of Education system is set up. The boards are integral in the schools, not as how you would have, if you understand what a board should, the strategic direction of an organization is where the board comes in, not in the operations and the daily things that happen in an organization that board should be involved.
But they're not part of the interview process. And they're not part of the selection.
And that is what...
The next question is here and then...
Yes.
then they're...
But I mean, you know, definitely you're seeing that it is not something that should be encouraged, and as much as possible, a strong principle can, and we're talking about leadership now, so all of that, the skills to be able to indicate that it's an operational decision that is being made here now, and that board should be more of a strategic. For the principal, yes, the board should be involved in helping to get the principal on, right? But for, you know.
Okay, my person has the concept somewhat, but I commented the presentation today. That's a lot of the HR person, like principals and vice principals were here to hear the presentations. My concern is this: how would you know? What if your institution doesn't have a succession plan? And the persons that they appoint to these positions, even though they are senior members, they don't necessarily be able to perform as someone who just came on board. What would be your recommendation for something like this?
My recommendation is for HR managers to begin that process. It is a part of their remit, and they should have, start to develop a succession planning process, put that in place in order to guide. And that is important for the whole, organization to be able to be sustainable as it pertains to having positions without us running around like chickens without head.
And then just one more after.
Afternoon all. I too am fascinated by your study because there is not enough application. I don't know if there's no policy that speaks to succession planning in education. And it has long been the practice, and it's long been the practice that I've been there for 20 years. So I am automatically in line. So this comes with a whole change in mindset. The younger ones coming up have to come into institutions where there is such a policy, as she said. That handbook of which she speaks, I don't know if many people know there is such a handbook. Oh, right. I'm retired, so I'm on the other side of all of this. But the question of identifying through your appraisals these three people, let us see. If the board is not on board with the plan that has been designed for these three teachers, these three lecturers, when the time comes for interviews, it's an open process. It's thrown out there that anyone can apply. So I am not one of these three teacher lecturers, but I feel that I have the skill set. I know in myself. You may not have identified me, but I know in myself. I go for the interview, and the board chooses me. Because it can happen. Because it's not up to the principal, it's up to the panel. And it can happen that they choose me, coming clear out of which field, who are the PE people. What happens now to the whole dynamics of this plan that the institution has? Or is it that only these three people are entitled to be interviewed, so the field is blocked already?
All right, so we take the answer.
I just think that
I'm not the dam, the Mona dam with all this. But because it's interesting for me, yes, very interesting. And you know, the literature there's a ton of information. And as I say, it has come up where you spoke about the fact of the handbook, where one of the recommendations is that the Ministry of Education should be mandating the institutions to take on the area of succession planning, developing and having a formal succession plan within the institutions. That was also one of the time is really with us, but I hear that question, and that question has to be, yes, it's a question that should be on the board to say, where do we? So there's need for further research. All right, thank you all.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Douglas, that was a wonderful presentation, and you feel that we got some very interesting questions and you answered them to the best of your ability. Right. And so, on behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, I want to present you the certificate of participation. It's presented. There's something else we want to present to you from the Teachers Colleges.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you all.
All right. Okay, I know other persons have questions, but the next presentation is along the same vein, right? So you will get your opportunity to ask some questions, and if the next presenter is ready, I will introduce her. Yes. Before you go, Mr. Grandstand and others, I'm going to ask that you complete
on your way out,
just scan that code and bar and ensure that you do your evaluation or assessment of the presentation. It is useful, right? All right. So our next presentation is entitled "A Case Study of the Lack of Leadership Succession Planning at a Tertiary Institution in Jamaica." This will be done by Mrs. Sandra Gray Emmanuel, and she is from Bethlehem Moravian College. Let me tell you quickly a little about Mrs. Emmanuel. All right, Mrs. Sandra Gray Emmanuel is a mother, wife, and child activist. She holds a bachelor's degree in business and professional management from Nova Southeastern University and an MBA in human resource management from the Northern Caribbean University. Since 2012, Mrs. Gray Manuel has been employed at the Bethlehem Moravian College as a human resource practitioner. She believes in serving her employees and the other stakeholders of her organization holistically. Hence, she is currently pursuing a postgraduate diploma in education. And she is doing this because she wants to gain a better appreciation of the field in which she operates. Additionally, Mrs. Gray Manuel aims to infuse her profession into her faith as she seeks to daily reflect the light. Put your hands together. Welcome, our presenter, Mrs. Gray Manuel.
Thank you very much. I have a difficulty holding the microphone. Can everybody hear me? Right. So.
Can turn it on.
All right.
Right. So I don't
You can teach us what, huh?
That's what Mr. Phipps said to me. Right? And I'm just going to use my own voice. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Leonis and I really should have just made one presentation, right? Because so much of what she said I will be saying, and maybe just say it in a different way, but we'll be saying, right? One of the understanding though that I believe that we should have is the fact that though we have a lot of information on the research topic succession planning, you don't have a lot of local information. That is very, very important. It has not been a phenomenon that in Jamaica or in the Caribbean we have thought or sought to research. All right? All right. Dr. Julia said a critical characteristic of sustainable leadership is that it involves planning and preparing for succession. So you are not I'm not going to say a good leader because we're all good leaders. To be an outstanding leader, you understand, involves you preparing a successor. The Sustainable Development Leadership Model approach, it advocates reconfiguring models. So whatever it is that you have, you are always going to be redesigning, reworking, right? And this kind of leadership model is said to ameliorate rather than exacerbate the role of principal. It also broadens the pool from which you will work in terms of leadership development. All right. So the research stated just bluntly that the institution had no succession plan. That was the fact, right? So whenever there was resignation, retirement, there was no death. But whenever that happened, right, what happened was that you went into an ad hoc process to recruit, to satisfy the gap. My personal interest in conducting the research, I was involved in the field. You saw every Sunday you saw an advert for either a principal or something, right? And I also felt that the research could enhance the body of knowledge as we operate within the sector. Four significance identified. One, it will afford stakeholders the opportunity to reflect on the efficacy of their operation. Succession planning does add value to the operation and sustainability of any entity, right? Implementing succession plan will improve the institution's competencies and will enhance its competitiveness. And that's critical. The findings of this research, we believe, will benefit TCJ, will benefit the tertiary sector as a whole. Within business, it goes without saying, Grace Kennedy is one of the known entities. Within business, you don't operate a business without a succession plan. As a matter of fact, the concept of succession planning has been around for decades. That's from the 14th century, right? When you had sole proprietors. I run the shop. The shop must be there 10 years from now, so I would build the competencies of my children, grandchildren to take over. We see that a lot in the Chinese culture, right? So the business context says that there is a demand, there is a need for succession planning. The North American context, when I was doing the research, had quite a bit of literature. You had also current studies that were taking place. I put forward this slide and the other slide because I think it is important, because very often when we engage in conversations like these, we say, what is sense? Right? We tend to ask ourselves that kind of question. Okay, they're talking about New Jersey, they're talking about the UK. Why would that be important to us? Right? But it is important within the North American sector at the time, right? This alluded to it, where you had the aging of the working population. So the baby boomers were retiring. When the baby boomers retired, you found that you didn't have anybody that was willing and ready to jump into principalships and to also jump into senior administrative work, right? So in those sectors, we also had reduction in state funding, take that for Jamaica, greater responsibility now for student success, right? Increased public scrutiny. Everybody looks and says, teacher get no holiday, teacher not productive, whatever, right? While these issues loomed over the community colleges in New Jersey, the challenge gave rise to the opportunity for them to restructure their customs and their practices for succession planning to keep up with the demand and the enhanced expectations in the higher education sector. Next slide. The undergirding theories for succession, and they're there, right? Dressler, a very interesting writer, says that it's a continuous process of systematically improving the organization's performance to identifying, evaluating, and developing its leadership. So, right? And leadership development, therefore, is a time, the presenter before said it's time consuming, take up much of the time, right? A lot of effort, right? Okay. Also, succession planning is predicated on the internal sourcing of candidates for recruitment, a sort that organization develops through various mentoring, coaching, on-the-job training, skill assessment, targeted job rotation, with a view to place individuals in leadership positions that become leaders. So those are the theories. And here it says succession planning will add value, right, when the institution or where the institution is open to new ideas, focuses on long-term goals, right? We talked earlier about strategic planning, right, and practices of high leadership, right? Succession planning is critical, particularly applicable to expense where there are extensive turnover in a sector due to retirement. The paper, when written, looked at two types of leadership. It looked at two types of leadership theories, right? You had Who's and Posner's leadership perspective, right? This perspective stands out for me because it's not, all of us, I'm sure, would know about transformation and leadership, right? So that one is well known, right? Who's and Posner's perspective, though, talks more about the person, the leader, right? So it talks about honesty, alignment of actions, consistency in how you act, the desire for the best for your constituents, right? It believes in the inherent self-worth of others. For you to be a leader, right? Here are some characteristics that you must display. It also talks about a leader or a type of leadership that is able to ignite optimism about success, right? A leader or the type of leadership that owns up to mistakes, right? And also allows the constituents to make mistakes to any learning. There were 3 research questions. How do members of the board the administrators, faculty members describe the lack of succession planning at the institution. Then it says how members of the board, administrators, describe, and then how the members of faculty describe the lack of succession planning and leadership at the institution. Methodology, known to all of us. Qualitative methodology was used. We had 10 participants, purposive sampling, and we chose specific persons to speak. Right, in that case, triangulation, right, you discover the information, right, the information match in terms of when you test the good source of the information. And the tool, focus group, face-to-face, the findings. And you know that we're doing a PowerPoint presentation, so you can't do everything. So I want to just raise some of the things that came, and forgive me if I read some, because I think it's important. So in terms of question one, Eric is here telling me where to stand, how to stand, right? I like to move around, I can't just stand, and maybe it means that I have attention deficit or something. But you are all hearing me, right? And the only unfortunate thing is that you didn't get the paper to read, so that we could actually have a real discussion. So I'm just telling you, and I hope, and this is just an aside, forgive me, I hope that what this will do is cause us, if you leave here today saying, you know something, I'm going to read about this thing, then we would have succeeded, right? And more so, if you left as a member of your college board and went to your first board meeting after today and say, you know something, I would like for us to table this thing as a topic for discussion, then we would have actually really succeeded.
My only problem is that because you're not using the mic and I'm so close to these people, I am hearing them when they hear me. Yes.
All right.
And I know it's because
listen louder.
That's my challenge. It's difficult.
Am I talking in it now?
No, it's not.
So that's a sign.
No, it's not a sign.
2 evidences came out, right? The first question.
Audio?
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
The members of the board agreed at the time that there was no plan in place. All right? As remember, it's a case study that there is no plan, right? So fundamentally, there was agreement that there was no plan, right? All the institutional documents that were reviewed also indicated that there was none. All right? And the institution at the time then spoke to documenting policies, but they were not policies that were to launch into the development of a succession. They were just policies in a policy. Right? Then there was, because another thing that came out was there was no mentorship. And there was a lack of nurture. Very well et al.
2004 posited that succession planning involves specific activities relating to recruitment and retention, targeting the organization's ability to fill critical emerging vacancies at the leadership level. Succession planning then ought to be seen as a crucial component of the organization's business strategy, right? So it's not something that is done in isolation. It is a critical part of the whole strategic plan of the institution. Question 2, and then there is consensus. There is consensus among thought leaders on succession planning that there are 5 critical elements of a succession planning process. Sean 2010 identified these as identifying the position where succession planning is crucial, targeting the possible successors, right? Then establishing a reservoir, and the plan should also indicate the job requirements, include the current requirements, and project the requirements in keeping with the strategic changes in the market. And so you will build the required competence for the job in terms of assessing the plan. The significant themes emerging here were inhibiting culture, the ease of movement from one position to another was cited as an indication that there was some semblance of plan. However, it was not seen as transparent because there was nothing documented. It reverberated in all the data source interview that there was no plan and there was no policy established. There was no formal process in place to identify successors. And there is agreement in the literature that the old path of seniority does not imply automatic ascension. Barton 2006 posited that the conventional path to college principalship, progression from faculty member to dean and chief academic officer, does not automatically qualify an individual. The inhibiting culture existing in the institution was brought out as a response without any kind of solicitation from the interview. There was also identified low staff morale and a high level of distrust. The inhibiting culture was cited as a barrier to succession planning, right? And there is the absence of strategic communication, lack of sustained mentorship, and these variables, it was stated, would inhibit the ready adoption of succession planning within the institution. So there was no plan. There were some negative characteristics stated, and all of these negative characteristics said that it would undermine the easy institution of a succession. Parkman and Baird in 2008 in their research highlighted that the unpredictable nature of the academic and economic environment, coupled with the long-term obligation involving staff development, result in succession planning being viewed as a very risky business. It is necessary, but it is also risky because it requires quite a bit of resources. Next slide.
Next slide.
All right, back. No, that's okay. Inhibiting negative institutional culture, lack of nurture, all right, we spoke to all of those, right? So that is putting all of the findings in one. Lack of inspiring leadership, absence of a process to identify successors for key positions.
Succession planning, though operationalized within the realm of business and agreed as an important strategy for survival, has applicability for the higher education sector. We are no longer just running schools. We have responsibility for multi-million-dollar operation. For some of us, it's $1 billion operation, right? What kind of leadership then would you put in institutions? Like, the lack of succession planning negatively impacts staff morale. Alright, you better feel like I want to DJ now. Right? The lack of succession planning negatively impacts staff morale. Right? And so you do have, as was alluded earlier, you do have those who are waiting to be promoted. But you also have those who work hard. They also need to see a clear path from where they are to the pinnacle in the institution. It is positive that a succession plan is usually a unifying concept in relation to staff movement and staff aspiration. Everybody knows the pathway and how to get there. However, the lack of support for persons promoted within the college and their own experiences when promoted suggests contrary. Right? And this is the slide that everybody wants to see. The conclusion, and I come and I stand properly here, there are lots of common issues that come from the higher education sector that are common to private enterprise. And we put that there, colleagues, because it is very, very important. Right? It's not just for, well in the classroom you repeat for learning, right? But we put it there because higher education is no longer a party shop, right? And so, what are some of the common trends in business that are in higher education? And so, the approaches as to how we manage, how we lead, how we manage, that we need to adopt that are common, right? And the business area of succession planning to be relevant and they are applicable. Right? We have upheavals in our organization upon retirement, resignation, death, and whatever illness, and so they also impact if there is no succession plan. Right? They impact your image, they impact your profitability, and eventually you do lose your market share. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Don't go away. I want to see if we have any questions. Yeah, but you have to take some questions. Okay, all right, I'll ask the question. I don't know anything at all about church-owned tertiary institution. But just by listening to you, I am wondering if the church sometimes stand in the way of clear, transparent succession plan that will take person to the top. So I'll have you answer that.
I like the question, and so now it asks me to make a politically correct statement. I honestly believe that every institution has an office or an institution that this dictates policy, right? That's usually the board, right? I don't believe that in 2023 there is any organization or institution that stands in the way of what is in the best interest of any academic institution.
But is it planned, transparent, and free of bias?
Is the plan transparent? Is the plan free of bias? I was having a conversation with some students recently, right? And we were talking about performance appraisal. And you see that man over there in the corner, that gentleman over there? I don't know, I send that gentleman as my little angel, right? Because he answers some tough questions before the whole thing starts, right? And I would want to say though, that every single theory, if we do our very best to implement them in an objective manner, we'll still have challenges. Everyone will still have challenges. I believe though that the best thing is to want to do it fair, to do it right and to do it fair, right? And if you can make people believe that you were fair, that's important to do. People perceive that it was fair.
Perception. First question, followed by the gentleman, and then the lady.
Thank you so much for your presentation. My question is, did the literature suggest a framework, a recommended framework for succession planning? And did your findings suggest any adjustments to that framework which you think would be more applicable in our context?
Based on the scope of my research, right? The research itself, we didn't look at framework. We didn't just alone for that. As to whether subsequently I have been reading, there are frameworks, there are structures that you can use. And most times I tell you, do not invent them. So you go, you look, right? And based on what you find and based on your context, you can do that. I think though, colleagues, one of the mandates, because nothing in life happens per chance. So you're not here sitting here by chance, right? Lewis and I didn't meet earlier to look at each other's paper by chance, right? So we knew what we were going to come and say today, or to talk with you about. We have to advocate this, right? We have no option. We have to advocate this. And it's not just for your own benefit, but it is for the morale of your colleagues, right? People don't know how to move from point A to point B in your institution. And you do have persons, who only want to teach. And we laud those. But you have others who want to become the principal. What do? Do you have them there with frustrated ambition, or do you point them to the path? Right? So you have work to do. I have work to do. We all have work to do coming out of this discussion. And I'm not shutting down the question.
Yes. You have more questions.
I love you.
I love you.
Right, good afternoon, everyone. Alright, so I'm going to give a comment and then I'm going to the question. One of the things that history would have proven to us is coming out of a colonial society, majority of our schools were church owned. So we cannot negate that fact that we're coming out of that rule. And the better question is, how is it that we transition out of a society where church and school existed together in harmony, and what are the impacts of that as it relates to planning and how leaders are decided on, and furthermore, what are the implications of that on how in a modern society we create our succession plans. So that's the first comment. And one thing that that's a comment. No, I would say that history. We can say that there is some good talk about the Moore Commission who actually looked into the relationship between school and church. Alright, so moving on though, that's my history teacher over here. So the point that I want to make is that succession is good, but I think that as a people, as a body of educators, we have not yet mastered the basic element of mentorship first. If we're going to speak succession planning, we have to speak mentorship and training. I take it another step lower, is in that we could probably look at the psychological impact, because we can't study business without studying psychology. How is it that I separate my own insecurities from the abilities of other people? How is it that I'm able to nurture somebody else's ability but not feel threatened at the same time? So when you mentioned on the findings and you mentioned on the second, the third or fourth slide, when you had that whole perception affects all of this, that's a whole different thing. I think we all stumbled upon a gold mine, and if we examine what is happening in our other schools, then we are going to see something interesting, and it goes back to the very fundamental part of it. How were we trained as children? So the student will number students, first, second, third, and the child who's first has privileges, and we are created with this guy. So we see somebody else possessing a totally different skill set from ours. We automatically, subconsciously, put these persons in a box. But I think I will talk so much. Cultures that exist in institution, and you come with something new. How is it that you be perceived? Are you a person who's trying to destroy the
You have a question?
I have one question. How is it that you can collaborate with other schools for them to do similar studies? Because the findings would be interesting. How can you collaborate with others?
We have a commitment already to do something. We started to talk last year, and we are committed to continue the conversation.
Oh, you're being recorded.
No, it's not a statement. We actually started a conversation from last year that we needed to collaborate in terms of.
All right. Next question.
Two things. One, having heard the conversation, I hear most of us skewing towards what the board can do and what the senior persons can do. But I am saying that as regular staff members, we have some power through our staff representatives on the board. I have seen cases where things are not operating a particular way, and as staff members, you can have a voice. You can say, I did not see the process here or something. The other thing I wanted to ask is, looking at the context of education, we reference the business world. What we operate within some education acts and codes, and it actually determines what happens in the school a lot. And so, when you look at succession planning in the business world, where somebody does on-the-job training, where somebody went on leave and they put them in the post and they give them a little extra on their pay because they're doing this additional duty. The school environment is kind of different, where that kind of openness, that kind of avenue is not readily available. So as we speak about it, it is also important that we look at the laws that govern education and then try to devise something that will not see us breaching any of our values and of the provisions of the Act, and also giving that kind of freedom that we're looking for. So the education system itself cannot just be totally compared to another system.
And it's not.
And so we have to look at it.
Thank you very much for that.
All right. Question?
Good afternoon. I'm listening to all the questions, very interested and intrigued. But one question, is there a time-bound period for succession planning?
It is something like performance management, which is unavoidable. Because your model today, by the end of a strategic period, will change.
That's why I'm asking, because it sounds a little bit subjective to say it could have been something that someone will be going off in a year. And so I'm there basically on custody. So if it is, if I'm looking at it a little deeper, I think it would be maybe more the mentorship. You know what I'm saying? It's the coaching and look at all of these things as to how it is that, right? Mentorship, right? So I'm asking, there's a difference if it's on a spectrum or continuum, right?
right and right.
Hold on. Answer, do you want to answer first?
No, man, we understand.
Okay, all right. I think the gentleman in the back. Then I'll take.
I came in late, but I quickly understand. Okay. Based on being in the system for my entire life, and listening to what you're all saying, and to this young lady question, it's not as ABC as what you're saying about succession planning and promotion and it's not like that. It's a dog, yam dog. It's just make it deep. I know the system. And if you're not 7 years and that sort of thing, you understand? So don't put yourself. I've been an education officer for 20 years. I've been a classroom for my entire life. And I have now 69-year-old. So I know the system. I'm a down to earth street smart person. So I know what happened. Not as easy as that. Not as easy as it on ABC. Because they are preference in the system. Senior education officers want to promote a principal. They have their friends that go to university with them. That sort of thing. So don't let nobody fool you. You roll your eyes and look around.
All right, thanks.
And I take that as an observation and a comment.
Yes.
But it goes back to the need for success.
The man, the gentleman speaks the truth.
Yes, of course.
And, but what we must see, if that is the prevailing reality now, you and you have opened the door now for a better way of observation. So my question is not so much for you. My question is for you, Mr. Harvey, you, Mrs. Chen, you, Miss Claudine, who else is in here? My direction to you is that through the administrative VPs, we've always found a gap in the TCJ operation in relation to the administrative VPs as compared to the academic VPs. You all are very open knives, and there are layers to which you impact the college programs. But who really runs the business are the administrative VPs. Well, no, let me not say that.
Interesting.
But and these have affected in the past. So I'm putting this on the table. We tried it once, where we brought together the administrative VPs to have them coalesce into a group where they share best practices. So I'm no longer in the system, but I'm again advocating for that group to be revived. And through that revival, subgroups like your HR, your registrars, right? Your librarians, be they considered faculty or administration, wherever they are, that they now have a forum. So this lady, I'm trying to remember Sandra, because it's unusual, they don't have to find a space to meet. But there are other colleges, there are 6 more like them. It's just 2 of them here. But there are 6 more colleges with HR people who are probably won't even invited to come here
They are
today.
their association, you know, right?
Yes, but they working under the ambit of TCJ, helping to develop with the authority of the council a policy for succession planning. But I'm saying it is not just a breakout group. It should be now with the mandated through all the levels and layers of the council, right, Sharon? Through all the levels and layers of the council to mandate them to work together on such a thing. It shouldn't just be these two.
Maybe I should really talk about the man who raised the dogs, right? I really think I should comment on that.
Okay.
Yes.
Then you take her question.
Colleagues, I honestly, Mrs. Pembroke, and I don't think she realized it. She said, don't feed the dog. Right? Which really makes sense. Colleagues, we are leaders. And as leaders, we can act. Even if it is as an individual leader, you have the power to act. You have the power to you have voice to speak, and we know how to carry these and say also as a Christian, we have also our voices to speak truth. Right? And I think that we need to speak truth. Yes, a lot of bad things happen. But we can today say that today is the end.
Excellent.
Yes, I could separate.
My question is the role of recruitment in the whole succession planning process. Because if you're not careful, when you recruit persons to the job, you recruit persons, for argument's sake, between 30 and 35. Within 5 years,
I see you.
it is not a significant time. So for persons to learn certain things, as you go through the system, you're going to have maybe 10 persons up for retirement at the same time.
Excellent.
Instead of having something staggered going on. So we have to be careful of the age of persons that we recruit. I'm not saying that if you are 55, you're not to be employed. But do not take everyone employed by your person for a long-term job. Colleagues as HR practitioners, you cannot discriminate because of age. However, if you have a strategic plan that documents how you operate, how you do things, then some things are going to come into play. But you can't discriminate.
And just adding there that when you recruit, if you do strategic recruitment, you may actually need somebody for just 3 years. Right. To set certain things that you have because you are doing it strategically. So yes. Yes. So definitely I am saying the age should not be discriminated, but it also plays a role because if you're looking at continuity, you need to have the millennials coming and so on.
All right. And one thing we must bear in mind, because I hear persons skirting around. You could employ someone at age. Did you say age 50? 30. You can employ someone at age 40, and that person comes in with more experience from even the leader of the institution.
That's
trust me on that.
I think I was misunderstood.
Right.
What I really meant, when you're employing persons, it is dangerous to have everybody in the same age group.
But be careful, and the HR persons will tell you. Ageism is something that you have to be careful of, right? And you cannot manipulate your recruitment in such a way that you put someone at a disadvantage just based on the fact that they're 40 years old, right? So we don't want to go down that road. I know what you're saying, but we have to be careful, right? And the HR person here will tell you that is something. Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right, let us just quiet down a little, because I promise you, in 10 minutes you will be out of here, right? But before you go, I also want you to remember to scan the barcode, which will take you to that page where you do the evaluation. And you have hard copies. So if you want to, you can move that around with the hard copies. Yes, let me take
one of the things that I'm realized just being a part of the room it's very enlightening to see the perceptions of even the persons in the room. It goes back to what I said earlier on, the role of mentorship. As teachers' colleges, you have a distinct advantage that other business workforces don't possess. You possess the people you're going to employ in the future, in that the future lecturers sit in your classrooms. The people you intend to employ, they're in your presence. So you have the ability to interact and mentor them in such a way that, is it that I want to come back to this place, the work that I've studied? Questions like that. What are my perceptions of the persons who teach me? Right? Is it that if I should come back and work with these persons that I will feel that I will get an equal opportunity to grow? So that's what I'm saying. And the reason why I say this, I'll draw 3 personal, I think I can do 4 personal experiences.
In 2 minutes.
In 2 minutes, quickly. Based on the rule. When I started Teachers College, one of the first persons I interacted with is sitting in this room. I did not want to do the program that I signed up to do. But through interaction, I realized that I became efficient at what I was doing because of the interaction with the lecturer. So I became proficient to a point where I can say that I've established a brand based on that subject that I taught. Moving on from that, whilst I was a student, I can pick on you, I can say who you are. Mrs. Emmanuel had sons who were studying the subject that I was teaching at the time, but she saw the potential and she gave me a side job to tutor her sons. Mentoring, right? So I started to develop, even though I hated the things, by the time I was teaching these boys, I was getting a hand of it. So by the time I got to teaching practice, I knew what I was doing there. Fast forward, I started to do what I really love, and persons in this room started the process, right? And now that I'm thinking about where I want to go, I will consider future. I would definitely go back to work where taught me because of the influence that I have. So that's what I'm saying. So succession planning probably not be something that is black and white. But when you show up to school and how you treat people, it says something. And that's what we're talking about with recruiting. And ageism is a point too, and I'm just going to close on that. I started school very young. I remember I went to an interview and somebody said to me, "You don't look any much younger, older like that than the student." And I didn't get that job. I didn't get that job, and I moved on, and I was at a more proficient school, and they had to invite me into that school to do presentations. So I'm just saying we have to be careful of our choice.
Thank you. I want to say one thing to the young persons in the profession, and I want to say one thing to those who are leading. The thing I want to say to the young persons, if you see a position that you're interested in, and you apply and you don't get it the first time, don't believe that you will never, because I know that there are persons, if they apply once internally for a position and they don't get it, they are so crushed that they will not apply again. Just tell yourself that you don't have to pay an application fee when you're applying for these. So even if you do a dozen of them, it's no problem. And guess what? You will learn from everyone that you do, Dr. Gardner. Everyone that you do, you will learn from it. So present yourself, even if you have, am I lying? Right? Present yourself, even if you have gone before and someone else got it, go again when something else presents itself. And for those of us who lead, when you are doing your succession planning and you're grooming persons as part of that, right? Do not limit the pool to just a small number of persons. Because sometimes you train those persons and they go, right? Broaden it, open it up so that persons, even if it's going to be a long shot for them. Open it up so that persons can understand, person can be mentored, and persons will have that professional development that even if they don't get a chance to use it in your institution, they can go somewhere else and use it.
Even at church, anywhere.
Anywhere. So I just want to thank our presenters because this has been a lively discussion. Yes. So I'm going to call the last presenter back to the front. You notice that she likes to. Right. So I'm going to invite you back here because you have done a wonderful job. And on behalf of the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica, we present the certificate of participation. I represent to you Mrs. Sandra Gray Emmanuel for this one.
Excellent job.
We also want to give you this. Turn it around so that they can see. Right. I want to present to you this token from the Teachers Colleges of Jamaica. Good job. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, we have had a wonderful time with this, right? And I just want to thank the persons who have stayed with us from the start to the finish. And I want to thank you for your interested input, the comments that were made, the questions that were asked. And I was scanning the room and I noticed that persons were very alert and interested in the subject. I'm going to invite one of our organizers to come and close out the session.
Thank you, Mr. Harvey. All right, so just reminding us, good afternoon again, to complete the evaluation sheets. I'm being asked to convey to you or remind you of the competition. You heard of it? Yeah. Let me see. Raise your hands. You heard of the competition? Yeah. All right. So, you're being asked to create a 2-minute video highlighting the impact of this conference on your professional or teaching development experience and post it on Instagram. How many of you are on Instagram? All of us. All right. Well, the catch is here. You have to ensure that you follow Teachers Colleges on IG. So I actually went there myself. Make sure you type in Teachers Colleges. Right? Because if you do Teachers College, that's something else. All right? Somebody else. When you post your video there, ensure you tag them. Voting closes tomorrow at noon. And guess what? Surprise! A 10-inch tablet that you could give to your friend, your child, because I know you already have tablets and want more tablets. So it's a 10-inch tablet, and that will be announced in the final session tomorrow. So that's a 2-minute video sharing what you have learned, tag Teachers Colleges, Jamaica, and Top. So the person with the most likes, obviously, wins. Thanks again, everybody. I hope you've been having a wonderful 2 days. See you tomorrow at 9. I just want to make sure I don't remember. 9 a.m. sharp. All right? Ensure that the room is quite full. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.